Okay.
Hello, my name is Fernando Torres, brand ambassador of AWA.
This is the Bernie meme, and by popular demand, I'm going to tell you how you could print your own. Oh, there you are. Welcome back. Super special episode of 3D Printing Nerd, because by very, very, very popular request, we're presenting a brand new model, something that takes advantage of one of the most pervasive and beloved memes in recent memory. It's Bundled Up Bernie. A little history, because I've got my laptop open and I wrote it down so I wouldn't get it wrong. So the photo was taken on January 20th, 2021 at the Biden inauguration. And it was taken by Brendan Smialowski, APP Getty Images. Brendan said in an interview, it's just Bernie being Bernie. One thing to note, people love this meme because it's Bernie expressing what everybody would look like when they think this meeting could have just been an email, obviously, but also the mittens. The mittens! The story behind the mittens is fantastic. A Vermont school teacher, Jen Ellis, actually, back on February 2nd, 2020, tweeted out, I have some inventory and time for special orders, and then she listed her Gmail address. And it's funny because looking back, she didn't realize how much press she would get from Bernie buying these, and that tweet, as of recording, has over 15,000 likes and 5,000 retweets. And in a recent interview with Slate.com, she says, I think my Gmail has crashed. But listen, once that photo hit the internet, it was meme gold. It was shared wide and far. The memes from this photo are fantastic. They go to all over the globe, and they are shared lovingly in all sorts of pop culture communities. In fact, some of the Bernies I've seen are drawn, and some are 8-bit, like in video games. I think what's really crazy about all this is the popularity of this meme and how fast it caught fire, because the photo was taken January 20th, and just within a few hours, the internet was inundated with Bernies. In fact, my entire Twitter timeline was nothing but Bernie Sanders bundled up memes, and honestly, I was okay with it. So here's where this all started. At 4:38 p.m., January 21st, I sent a text to Garrett and Chelsea over at Chaos Cortec, and I said, please tell me a bundled up Bernie Sanders is on your list to model, and I ended it with 3 question marks because I was very, very interested. In not so many words, Chelsea absolutely loved the idea and got started. Chelsea gave up sleep and ingested far more energy drinks than what was thought humanly possible, and put out an amazing effort to get the Bernie meme ready to print. And so with that, all that work by Chelsea, all that really hard work, I got to work printing it in there. And thanks to some Soriatech resin, hashtag not sponsored, on the Frozen Sonic Mini, hashtag not sponsored, we get 100% scale bundled up Bernie. There he is, all sort of chill and laid back. This is what it looked like with supports on. This is what it looks like with supports off. And Bernie just bundled up, staying warm, and showcasing that it should have been an email look that we all know and love. Honestly, at 100% scale, this is like a pocket Bernie, a little pocket buddy. This is something that you can print and bring along with you to school, to work, to get coffee. He could guide your car. He can, you know what? You can keep him in your own set of mittens.
More.
Wait, what?
Not just 100%.
You want a bigger Bernie?
Go large.
Okay, you got it. Well, 100% scale Bernie moves to the side, and we bring over 200% scale Bernie. And that's what it looks like. Still supported, leaned back, and the 200% scale Bernie looks fantastic. Looks wonderful, showcasing that idea of craving warmth. And the mittens. and making sure we know that it could have been an email. This slightly larger Bernie, while it can still accompany you to work or to school, you can also let it hang out at your coffee shop, or perhaps sit out and make sure the kids get to school safely. You can set it to look over your dogs while they're eating their breakfast.
Go massive.
Are you serious?
300%.
Well, you heard the senator. You've seen 100%. You've seen 200%. And by request of Senator Sanders, 300% scale bundled up Bernie meme. Look at it. Look how glorious this is. This bundled up Bernie can help guide your ship at night. This can help keep your car safe while you're running into the convenience store to pick up some more energy drink. This Bernie will keep you company at night when there's a noise outside and you get a little scared. Don't worry, Bernie's right there.
What was that?
Honestly, all of these Bernies are fantastic. This was printed on the Peopoly Phenom Noir, this one on the Anycubic Mono X, and this one on the Frozen Sonic Mini 4K. And like I said, these were printed in Soraya Tech Fast Grade resin. To get this model right here, there's a link in the description. It's being hosted over at Thangs.com. You've heard of them before. We've worked with them before. They're also working with Garrett and Chelsea over at Chaos Core Tech, and that is the place where you can get this model for free. And listen, Chelsea put an amazing amount of work into this model in a very, very short amount of time, and it would be amazing if we could show her a ton of support by downloading this model and reaching out on Twitter and thanking her for her efforts. Oh, one more thing.
But there is one more thing.
Check this out. Chelsea is now working on a cartoon version of the Bernie Sanders bundled up meme, and that is going to be amazingly FDM friendly, at least more so than this model. And the only way you're going to get that one for free is by subscribing to the Chaos Core Tech channel. Once subscribed, they will release a video and tell you exactly where to go to get it, again, for free. All these Bernies! This is fantastic. I love this. I love how the maker community can pivot so quick and just get something done, and I can't wait to see all the Bernies that are printed. In fact, why don't we do hashtag Where's Bernie? It's already filled with photos of people photoshopping the two-dimensional Bernie Sanders into different activities and different photos and different situations. Now, why don't we help fill that hashtag with three-dimensional Bernie Sanders all bundled up, keeping us safe at night, helping us eat our breakfast, and just making sure we keep positive throughout our day. Well, listen, that's it for this special episode. I'm going to be posting some more about these bundled up Bernies right here over on TikTok. I'm at JoelTelling5 on TikTok. I'd love to see you over there. Beyond all that, don't forget to hug each other more, practice kindness aggressively, and from a safe distance, high five. The mittens.
If this bat were a human, she'd be in deep trouble. She's infected with several deadly viruses, is totally unfazed. In fact, she may even spend the next 30 years living as if this were totally normal, because for bats, it is. So what's protecting her from these dangerous infections? To answer this question, we first need to understand the relationship between viruses and their hosts. Every virus has evolved to infect specific species within a class of creatures. This is why humans are unlikely to be infected by plant viruses, and why bees don't catch the flu. However, viruses do sometimes jump across closely related species. And because the new host has no established immune defenses, the unknown virus presents a potentially lethal challenge. This is actually bad news for the virus as well. Their ideal host provides a steady stream of resources and comes into contact with new parties to infect, two criteria that are best met by living hosts. All this to say that successful viruses don't typically evolve adaptations that kill their hosts, including the viruses that have infected our flying friend. The deadly effects of these viruses aren't caused by the pathogens directly, but rather by their host's uncontrolled immune response. Infections like Ebola or certain types of flu have evolved to strain the immune system of their mammalian host by sending it into overdrive. The body sends hordes of white blood cells, antibodies, and inflammatory molecules to kill the foreign invader. But if the infection has progressed to high enough levels, an assault by the immune system can lead to serious tissue damage. In particularly virulent cases, this damage can be lethal, and even when it's not, the site is left vulnerable to secondary infection. But unlike other mammals, bats have been in an evolutionary arms race with these viruses for millennia, and they've adapted to limit this kind of self-damage. Their immune system has a very low inflammatory response, an adaptation likely developed alongside the other trait that sets them apart from other mammals, self-powered flight. This energy-intensive process can raise a bat's body temperature to over 40 degrees centigrade. Such a high metabolic rate comes at a cost. Flight produces waste molecules called reactive oxygen species that damage and break off fragments of DNA. In other mammals, this loose DNA would be attacked by the immune system as a foreign invader. But if bats produce these molecules as often as researchers believe, they may have evolved a dampened immune response to their own damaged DNA. In fact, certain genes associated with sensing broken DNA and deploying inflammatory molecules are absent from the bat genome. The result is a controlled, low-level inflammatory response that allows bats to coexist with the viruses in their systems. Even more impressive, bats are able to host these viruses for decades without any negative health consequences. According to a 2013 study, bats have evolved efficient repair genes to counteract the frequent DNA damage they sustain. These repair genes may also contribute to their long lives. Animal chromosomes end with a DNA sequence called a telomere. These sequences shorten over time in a process that many believe contributes to cell aging. But bat telomeres shorten much more slowly than their mammalian cousins, granting them lifespans as long as 41 years. Of course, bats are totally invincible to disease, whether caused by bacteria, unfamiliar viruses, or even fungi. Bat populations have been ravaged by a fungal infection called white nose syndrome, which can fatally disrupt hibernation and deteriorate wing tissue. These conditions prevent bats from performing critical roles in their ecosystems, like helping with pollination and seed dispersal, and consuming pests and insects. To protect these animals from harm and ourselves from infection, humans need to stop encroaching on bat habitats and ecosystems. Hopefully, preserving these populations will allow scientists to better understand bats' unique antiviral defense systems. And maybe one day, this research will help our own viral immunity take flight. From plant pollination to pest control, bats are an essential part of our ecosystems. So why are they known as nature's villains? Find out more about these misunderstood animals with this video.
Discover the secrets of the Lindt Master Swiss chocolatiers. Their smoothest creation, Lindor. Enjoy its fine chocolate shell and heart-melting center. Give Lindor and give a gift of bliss. Lindt Master Swiss chocolatier.
In the spring of 1947, 6 Scandinavian explorers noticed a strange phenomenon while crossing the Pacific Ocean. Somehow, small squid, known to live deep beneath the waves, kept appearing on the roof of their boat. The crew was mystified until they saw the squids soaring above the sea for roughly 50 meters. On land, people could barely believe the explorers. It seemed impossible that sea creatures without wings or bones could fly at all, let alone travel half the length of a football field. But over the next several decades, more reports began to surface. Sailors described airborne squid keeping pace with motorboats. Researchers reported captive squid escaping their tanks overnight. And as cameras became widespread, seafarers finally began capturing proof of these high-flying cephalopods. But how and why do these marine creatures take to the sky? While only a few squid species have been recorded taking flight, most squid are alike in the way they traverse the ocean. The outside of a squid's body is a massive tube of muscle called the mantle. Water enters that tube through small openings around the squid's head. Then, muscles clamp these openings shut, and the squid forcefully pumps the water through the base of their body. In practice, this makes the mantle a miniature jetpack, propelling squid through the water at 10 kilometers per hour. This process is also how squid breathe. Squid gills rest inside the mantle and siphon oxygen from the water being pushed past them. With gills full of air and a mantle full of water, squid can outpace predators and pursue their prey. Or, in the case of some species, they can smash through the ocean's surface and attempt an epic flight. Without the resistance of water, a squid's acceleration is the same as a car, going from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just over a second. At speeds of 40 kilometers per hour, squid quickly generate aerodynamic lift. But to stay in the air, they'll need something like wings. Fortunately, our soaring cephalopod has a plan. Squid tentacles are muscular hydrostats, meaning the tissue can be held firm by muscle tension. Splaying its tentacles in a rigid formation, the squid transforms them into flexible wing-like structures that stabilize its flight. At the opposite end of its body, 2 fins typically used for gentle swimming find new purpose as a second set of wings. And by folding these fins down, a squid can streamline itself and dip back into the ocean. There have been too few observations to establish what a squid's typical flight trajectory looks like. Based on their flying speed, a 10-centimeter squid could hypothetically launch itself 6 meters above the water. But from what scientists have seen, flying squid tend to glide low, keeping close to the surface. This trajectory allows squid to cover the most horizontal distance possible over a typical several-second flight. It also makes it easy to dive back into the water for more fuel, or to make a quick escape from predatory birds. But why do squids fly at all? Leading theories suggest that flight is an escape behavior, as flying squid generally seem to be fleeing a nearby predator or ship. Other researchers think their flight may be an energy-saving migration strategy, because it takes less energy to move quickly through the air than through water. However, It's also possible that learning to fly may be a vital part of surviving adolescence. Young, smaller squid can potentially fly faster and farther than their larger relatives. And since adult squid tend to cannibalize juveniles, soaring above the surf can help ensure these young squid will live to fly another day. In oceans filled with apex predators, how do squids manage to thwart creatures like sharks, whales, and other squid? Dive into the extraordinary ways these stealthy cephalopods have mastered deep-sea survival with this video.
In the ocean's depths, two titans wage battle, the sperm whale and the colossal squid. Sperm whales use echolocation to hunt these squid for food, but even against this gigantic animal, squid can put up an impressive fight. Scientists know this because on the bodies of washed-up whales, they frequently find huge, round suction scars, emblazoned there by large, grasping tentacles. Ranging in size from this giant's impressive 14 meters to the 2.5 centimeters of the southern pygmy squid, these creatures fall into the group of animals known as cephalopods. There are about 500 squid species worldwide, and they live in all the world's oceans, making them a reliable food source for whales, dolphins, sharks, seabirds, fish, and even other squid. Indeed, squid themselves are fearsome ocean predators, but their most extraordinary adaptations are those that have evolved to help them thwart their predators. Squid, which can be found mainly in estuarine, deep sea, and open water habitats, often swim together in shoals. Being out in the open without anywhere to hide makes them vulnerable, so as a first line of defense, they rely on large, well-developed eyes. In the colossal squid, these are the size of dinner plates, the largest known eyes in the animal kingdom. When it's dark or the water is murky, however, squid rely on a secondary sensory system made from thousands of tiny hair cells that are only about 12 microns long and run along their heads and arms. Each of these hair cells is attached to axons in the nervous system. Swimming animals create a wake, so when the hairs on the squid's body detect this motion, they send a signal to the brain, which helps it determine the direction of the water's flow. This way, a squid can sense an oncoming predator in even the dimmest waters. Aware of the threat, a squid can then mask itself from a predator. Squid skin contains thousands of tiny organs called chromatophores, each made of black, brown, red, or yellow pigments, and ringed in muscle. Reflecting cells beneath the chromatophores mirror the squid's surroundings, enabling it to blend in. So when the muscles contract, the color of the pigment is exposed, whereas when the muscles relax, the colors are hidden. Each of these chromatophores is under the individual control of the squid's nervous system, so while some expand, others remain contracted. That enables countershading, where the underside of the squid is lighter than the top, to eliminate a silhouette that a predator might spy from below. Some predators, however, like the whales and dolphins, get around this ruse by using sound waves to detect a squid's camouflaged form. Not to be outfoxed, the squid still has two more tricks up its sleeve. The first involves ink, produced inside its mantle. Squid ink is made mostly of mucus and melanin, which produces its dark coloring. When squid eject the ink, they either use it to make a large smoke screen that completely blocks the predator's view, or a blob that roughly mimics the size and shape of the squid. This creates a phantom form, called a pseudomorph, that tricks the predator into thinking it's the real squid. As a final touch, squid rely on jet propulsion to rapidly shoot away from their hunters, reaching speeds of up to 25 miles per hour and moving meters away in mere seconds. This makes them Earth's fastest invertebrates. Some squid species have also developed unique adaptive behaviors. The deep-sea vampire squid, when startled, uses its webbed arms to make a cape it hides behind. The tiny bobtail, on the other hand, tosses sand over its body as it burrows away from prying eyes. The Pacific flying squid uses jet propulsion for another purpose, to launch itself right out of the water. Squids' inventive adaptations have allowed them to proliferate for over 500 million years. Even now, we're still uncovering new species. And as we do, we're bound to discover even more about how these stealthy cephalopods have mastered survival in the deep and unforgiving sea. Descend into the deepest reaches of the ocean with this playlist. This pond is the only home this fish has ever known, but lately it's gotten crowded and food is scarce. Luckily, it has an option many don't. As a walking catfish, it can dance its way out of the water and on to bigger and better things. However, it faces many challenges on its terrestrial journey. It's now in danger of suffocating, drying up, suffering physical damage from rough terrain, and being hunted by land predators. We think of fish as completely aquatic animals, but the walking catfish is just one of hundreds of fish species that are actually amphibious, meaning that they possess adaptations that enable them to survive on land. Fish amphibiousness is a spectrum. At one end are species like the mosquito fish that'll only move on land when forced, and at the other end are species like mud skippers that nonchalantly hop around mud flats for days at a time. But why do fish make the exodus from water to land, and how do they cope with this drastic transition? If temperatures get too high for the mangrove rivulus in the shallow tropical pools it inhabits, it'll flip itself onto a bank and cool off in the shade. During the dry period, it can survive for 2 months out of the water by staying in moist environments. Meanwhile, the eel catfish makes its onshore voyage to satisfy its hearty craving for beetles. And for others, the terrestrial draw is more ritualistic. Every year, under the cover of night, masses of California grunion flop their way onto sandy beaches, where females deposit thousands of eggs into the sand before re-entering the ocean. Underwater, fish breathe with gills, which are feathery organs packed with blood vessels that absorb dissolved oxygen from the water. But in the open air, their gills collapse and are rendered useless. So amphibious fishes need other ways to breathe. The armored catfish's stomach is packed with blood vessels, so it can gulp down air and breathe through its stomach lining. And lungfish, being related to the ancestors of all tetrapods, or four-limbed vertebrates, are equipped with true lungs. They'll actually drown if they're kept underwater too long. Fish have thin, permeable skin that allows for essential compounds to diffuse into and out of their bodies while they're underwater. But this works against them on land, as their bodily moisture diffuses into the air. To dodge dehydration, mud skippers roll in the mud like puppies. But the lungfish takes the cake. The rivers it inhabits disappear during dry seasons, so it buries itself in the earth and coats its body in a mucus cocoon. It can survive like this for years until being resuscitated by the next big rainstorm. Amphibious fishes use powerful fins to move on land
and clever tools to navigate as they go. The Nopoli rock-climbing goby, no bigger than a few centimeters, scales 100-meter-tall Hawaiian waterfalls, inching its way up by alternately attaching the suction cups on its mouth and pelvic fins. To find water while on land, the mumachog, like most amphibious fishes, is on the lookout for reflected surfaces. Other species, like mosquito fish, exercise their inner ear to determine where they're oriented on a slope, relying on the probability that they'll find water by moving downhill. Our walking catfish, meanwhile, uses the taste buds that coat its body for navigation. These taste buds are concentrated in its whiskers, which whip through the air, sensing compounds that signal the proximity and quality of nearby water and prey. The walking catfish will shimmy towards attractive volatile amino acids while steering clear of foul waters emanating hydrogen sulfide. While amphibious fishes face a multitude of new challenges upon leaving the water, they've evolved ingenious ways to overcome them. They're resilient in the face of droughts and floods, and have access to new prey, as well as a plan B if they need to escape competitive, polluted, or unhealthy environments. While being a fish out of water is generally regarded as a bad thing, for these species, it offers an undisputed edge. Would you rather be able to smell a drop of blood from hundreds of meters away, or generate your own electricity? Choose your fish superpower with one of these videos.
I don't know if I can make it, but I want to try.
For most of the year, the Gulf of Mexico is teeming with marine life, from tiny crustaceans to massive baleen whales. But every summer, disaster strikes. Around May, animals begin to flee the area, and soon, creatures that can't swim or can't swim fast enough begin to suffocate and die off in massive numbers. From late spring to early autumn, thousands of square kilometers along the coast become a marine dead zone, unable to support most forms of aquatic life. This strange annual curse isn't unique. Dead zones like this one have formed all over the world. But to explore what's creating these lethal conditions, we first need to understand how a healthy marine ecosystem functions. In any body of water that receives sufficient sunlight, plant-like organisms such as algae and cyanobacteria thrive. Clouds of algae streak the surface of deep waters, and in shallower regions, large seaweeds and seagrass cover the ground. Not only do these organisms form the foundation of local food chains, their photosynthesis provides the oxygen necessary for aquatic animals to survive. Besides sunlight and CO2, algae growth also depends on nutrients like phosphorus and nitrogen. While such resources are typically in short supply, sometimes a surrounding watershed can flood coastal waters with these nutrients. For example, a large rainstorm might wash nutrient-rich sediment from a forest into a lake. These additional resources lead to a massive increase in algae growth, known as eutrophication. But rather than providing more food and oxygen, this surge of growth has deadly consequences. As more algae grows on the surface, it blocks sunlight to the plants below. These light-deprived plants die off and decompose in a process which uses up the water's already depleted oxygen supply. Over time, this can reduce the oxygen content to less than 2 milligrams of oxygen per liter, creating an uninhabitable dead zone. There are rare bodies of water that rely on natural eutrophication. Regions like the Bay of Bengal are full of bottom-dwelling marine life that has adapted to low oxygen conditions. But human activity has made eutrophication a regular and widespread occurrence. Nutrient-rich waste from our sewage systems and industrial processes often end up in lakes, estuaries, and coastal waters. And the Gulf of Mexico is one of the largest dumping zones on Earth for one particular pollutant, fertilizer. American agriculture relies heavily on nitrogen and phosphate-based fertilizers. 31 states, including America's top agricultural producers, are connected to the Mississippi River Basin, and all of their runoff drains into the Gulf of Mexico. Farmers apply most of this fertilizer during the spring planting season, so the nutrient flood occurs shortly after. In the Gulf, decomposing algae sinks into the band of cold salt water near the seafloor. Since these dense lower waters don't mix with the warmer fresh water above, it can take 4 months for tropical storms to fully circulate oxygenated water back into the Gulf. This dead zone currently costs U.S. seafood and tourism industries as much as $82 million a year, and that cost will only increase as the dead zone gets bigger. On average, the Gulf dead zone is roughly 15,000 square kilometers, but in 2019 it grew to over 22,000 square kilometers, approximately the size of New Jersey. Human activity is similarly responsible for growing dead zones around the world. So what can be done? In the short term, countries can set tighter regulations on industrial runoff and ban the dumping of untreated sewage into ocean waters. On farms, we can plant buffer zones composed of trees and shrubs to absorb runoff. However, long-term solutions will require radical changes to the way we grow food. Farmers are currently incentivized to use techniques that reduce the health of the soil and rely heavily on nitrogen-rich fertilizers. But there will be less need for these chemicals if we restore the soil's natural nutrients by planting diverse crops that manage soil erosion and fertility. Hopefully, we can make these fundamental changes soon, because if we don't, the future of our marine ecosystems may be dead in the water. Fish need our help. By 2050, there'll be more plastic and trash in the ocean than fish. Could the Earth really run out of fish? Find out more about the serious threat of overfishing and what we can do to prevent it with this video.
About 10,000 years ago, humans began to farm. This agricultural revolution was a turning point in our history that enabled people to settle, build, and create. In short, agriculture enabled the existence of civilization. Today, approximately 40% of our planet is farmland. Spread all over the world, these agricultural lands are the pieces to a global puzzle we are all facing. In the future, how can we feed every member of a growing population a healthy diet? Meeting this goal will require nothing short of a second agricultural revolution. The first agricultural revolution was characterized by expansion and exploitation, feeding people at the expense of forests, wildlife, and water, and destabilizing the climate in the process. That's not an option the next time around. Agriculture depends on a stable climate, with predictable seasons and weather patterns. This means we can't keep expanding our agricultural lands because doing so will undermine the environmental conditions that make agriculture possible in the first place. Instead, the next agricultural revolution will have to increase the output of our existing farmland for the long term, while protecting biodiversity, conserving water, and reducing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. So what will the future farms look like? This drone is part of a fleet that monitors the crops below. The farm may look haphazard, but it's a delicately engineered use of the land that intertwines crops and livestock with wild habitats. Conventional farming methods cleared large swathes of land and planted them with a single crop, eradicating wildlife and emitting huge amounts of greenhouse gases in the process. This approach aims to correct that damage. Meanwhile, moving among the crops, teams of field robots apply fertilizer in targeted doses. Inside the soil, hundreds of sensors gather data on nutrients and water levels. This information reduces unnecessary water use and tells farmers where they should apply more and less fertilizer, instead of causing pollution by showering it across the whole farm. But the farms of the future won't be all sensors and robots. These technologies are designed to help us produce food in a way that works with the environment rather than against it, taking into account the nuances of local ecosystems. Lower-cost agricultural practices can also serve those same goals and are much more accessible to many farmers. In fact, many such practices are already in use today and stand to have an increasingly large impact as more farmers adopt them. In Costa Rica, farmers have intertwined farmland with tropical habitat so successfully that they've significantly contributed to doubling the country's forest cover. This provides food and habitat for wildlife, as well as natural pollination and pest control from the birds and insects these farms attract, producing food while restoring the planet. In the United States, ranchers are raising cattle on grasslands composed of native species, generating a valuable protein source using production methods that store carbon and protect biodiversity. In Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Nepal, new approaches to rice production may dramatically decrease greenhouse gas emissions in the future. Rice is a staple food for 3 billion people, and the main source of livelihood for millions of households. More than 90% of rice is grown in flooded paddies, which use a lot of water and release 11% of annual methane emissions, which accounts for 1 to 2% of total annual greenhouse gas emissions globally. By experimenting with new strains of rice, irrigating less, and adopting less labor-intensive ways of planting seeds, farmers in these countries have already increased their incomes and crop yields while cutting down on greenhouse gas emissions. In Zambia, numerous organizations are investing in locally specific methods to improve crop production, reduce forest loss, and improve livelihoods for local farmers. These efforts are projected to increase crop yield by almost a quarter over the next few decades. If combined with methods to combat deforestation in the region, they could move the country toward a resilient, climate-focused agricultural sector. And in India, where up to 40% of post-harvest food is lost or wasted due to poor infrastructure, farmers have already started to implement solar-powered cold storage capsules that help thousands of rural farmers preserve their produce and become a viable part of the supply chain. It will take all of these methods, from the most high-tech to the lowest cost, to revolutionize farming. High-tech interventions stand to amplify climate and conservation-oriented approaches to farming, and large producers will need to invest in implementing these technologies. Meanwhile, we'll have to expand access to the lower-cost methods for smaller-scale farmers. This vision of future farming will also require a global shift toward more plant-based diets and huge reductions in food loss and waste. both of which will reduce pressure on the land and allow farmers to do more with what they have available. If we optimize food production, both on land and sea, we can feed humanity within the environmental limits of the Earth. But there's a very small margin of error, and it will take unprecedented global cooperation and coordination of the agricultural lands we have today. An agricultural revolution can start with you. Join Countdown, a global initiative bringing together scientists, activists, urban planners, farmers, business leaders, artists, and you. Together, we'll champion bold solutions to the climate crisis and turn those ideas into decisive action. Find out how you can be part of building a cleaner future by visiting ed.ted.com/countdown.
I wish I had enough time to cover everything, but I don't. So I'm going to pick out kind of the most important things and make sure I get to those right off the bat. So, is it going? Okay, I see the red light. I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to think for a moment and tell me, how long would you estimate the typical college freshman can read material in their book or in their notes and effectively be learning what they're reading? Okay. 5 minutes, says Chris. 25 minutes? Hour? Now let me ask, anybody think more than an hour? How long? By the way, I had a guy, last time I did this, he said, I can do it about 6 hours. Well, then I found out he is a medical resident, just finished medical school. His wife was in my class, and indeed, my daughter's fourth year med. Well, yeah, 4 or 5 hours, but that's not typical, I can tell you, okay? Anybody less than 5 minutes? Okay, so we've got 5 to maybe 4 or 5 hours. The study was done at the University of Michigan. They asked students to do the following thing. When you're ready to study, you've got all your materials, you're back in your little dorm room or your place you live, check your watch, start working. The moment you feel that sense of, I've read it, but it's not coming through, it's like, I'm wasting my time. We all get that feeling. Note what time it is. Record that, bring it back. And they had many, many hundreds of freshmen and sophomores do this, and then somebody took the time to compile it. And typically, right about 25 to 30 minutes. By the way, it's also true of lectures, and you've all proved it to yourself. Come into a lecture, you're really alert, check the clock, about 25 after time. Yeah, and I see it in every class I teach. But how long do we teach? 50 minutes. And yet, probably most of the learning, if it's going to happen, is in the first 25 to 30. Okay. I'm going to talk about a person, because I also like to teach by anecdote. A woman named Jeanette. I was a junior at Western. She was a freshman. Because I was a junior, I could live off campus. Those days, colleges were your parents in absentia. She had to live in a dorm because she didn't have a relative in town. We were dating. She got her first quarter at Western, AP average, 1.0, 15 credits a B. She decided she really needed to buckle down, plus the school said, if you don't make it up, you're going to be kicked out. So the second quarter of her freshman year, she set the following goal: to study for 6 hours a night, non-stop, 6 to midnight, Sunday night through Thursday night. Friday, Saturday, she could party. The rest of the week, she was going to study. Now, one would assume, my gosh, going from little studying to 6 hours a night, 5 nights of the week, she should have aced everything. You want to guess her grade point second quarter? 0.0. She failed every class. This is why telling people to study more is not necessarily helpful. In some cases, it might actually worsen their performance. What I want to do is show you graphically what I'm talking about. Let's say this is efficient studying, and I know there are no numbers there, but higher means more efficient, lower means low or no efficiency. And this axis, we're looking at time. Here's what happens for the average student. For her, 6 o'clock in the evening, after her supper at the residency dining hall, she plopped herself down at her little study area and started studying. But here's what happened. By about 6:30, she was in a major slump. But what was her goal? To study 6 hours. So she continued to sit at her little desk and stare at pages until midnight. She was at her desk 6 hours. How long did she actually study? About 20, 30 minutes. Now, there's a simple conduct in psychology that all of you are aware of. Things that are reinforced, we tend to do more of. Things that are punished or ignored, we tend to do less of. We operate by those principles to a large degree. If you're sitting there for 6 hours, are you feeling good? No. Once you get here, you're looking at your book going, I hate geography. I hate literature. I hate psychology. All the things we're trying to get you to fall in love with, you're hating it. And so her actual good studying was followed by 5.5 hours of pain and misery. I would bet you, I don't know for a fact, that as the quarter progressed, she sat down
just talk? Can we just talk about where we're going before we get lost? And be our thoughts, can't get what we want without knowing. I've never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out where we're growing. Yeah.
Started alright, I can see it in your eye. I can tell that you want it more. What's been on your mind? There's no reason which you hide. Tell me something I ain't heard before.
I've been dreaming about it, and it's you I'm on. So stop thinking about it.
Can we just talk? Can we just talk about where we're going before we get lost? Let me your friend, can get what we want without knowing. I've never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out where we're going. Oh, no.
Penthouse view, left some flowers in the room. I'll make sure I leave the door unlocked. Now I'm on the way, swear I won't be late. I'll be there by 5 o'clock. Oh, you've been tricked. stop thinking about it? Can we just talk?
Can we just talk about where we're going before we get lost? Let me offer, can get what we want if I know I've never felt. 실례지만 내게 뭐가 묻은 거니 네 눈빛에 내가 헷갈리잖니 마마무 거기 내가 엠마무 쳐다만 보지 말고 좀 더 다가와봐 신사승 여러분 Let's get on with the show Darling it's you 아직 넌 왜 넘치를 못했니 날 헷갈리게 하지마 My love is for you 왜 자꾸 내 맘을 몰라주는 거니 왜 Oh Mr. Animal 날 갖고 놀려 하지마 꼭꼭 숨어 머리카락 보일라 신사승 여러분 Let's get on with the show Darling it's you 아직 넌 왜 넘치를 못했니 Mr. Animal 날 헷갈리게 하지마 꼭꼭 숨어 머리카락 올라 Mr. MMO 왜 삐딱하게 구는 건데 마치 베레모 다른 게 안 보지 말고 빨리 와요 내게로 사랑을 칭찬하는 거야 불러봐요 베레모 거긴 내가 MMO 아마도 남하고 딴 여자 있는 것 같다고 신사승 여러분 Let's get on with the show Darling it's you 아직 넌 왜 변치를 못했니
In the year 2020, we had to stay apart from our loved ones.
Singapore's total employment saw its largest quarterly drop.
We had to find new jobs. Our businesses were suffering. School wasn't easy. We had to watch our spending. But we've also learned many things. We've learned that age is no barrier to learning.
Hi, Surya.
Thank you for your ticket, line.
We've learned to step out of our comfort zone and embrace change.
So I think it'll be on 5. Alright, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still all the shit of me.
We've learned to be adaptable, to open new doors of opportunities. We've learned to persevere, to discover new possibilities. We've learned that joy can be found in life's little moments. It wasn't the best year, but it brought out the best in us.
When you turn 30, you think about your career, chilling out with friends.
Then, what's your brother?
Not good, Farah. Growing old, last thing on your mind. Can't move, can't talk. It's hard seeing Kenny suffer like that. Life has a way of sneaking up on you.
Kenny's a fighter, bro. He'll make it. You know that, right?
We think this only happens to people in their 70s. Then, bam, Kenny at 39.
Mom, Dad, me and my poor bank account, they're gonna start chipping in and probably cutting down on expenses.
That's a lot you're taking on.
Oh, it's my big brother. He's always at my back. Last week, my brother Kenny had a stroke. They're all gonna need some help, sometimes earlier than expected.
Jesus, why you disgrace yourself like that?
Are you ready for perfection? 예쁘게 나오네.
everyone, I'm Cindy from CPF Board. Have you thought about how you want to distribute?
뭐 지금 저한테 관심 있으세요? 드리는 8090 스페셜.
Did you know that it's possible to start an e-commerce business that costs less than $100? What? That is equivalent to one Hai Di Lao meal for two, 100 cups of kopi o, or 50 cheeseburgers. You can either choose to eat 50 cheeseburgers, or you can start a business and then have all the cheeseburgers in the world. This is Stewie. Instead of spending his money on cheeseburgers, Stewie could have spent his $100 to start his e-commerce business. By using the dropshipping business model, we started an e-commerce business without breaking the bank, and even managed to buy, not rent, our dream car overnight. Nice. Just kidding. It actually took us more than 10 years of hard work to buy it. Wow! Also one! All we did was, step 1, conduct a proven product research framework to find and validate high-demand products. Step 2, list the product we've found on our website created using Shopify. Step 3, buy advertisements on social media platforms using a proven step-by-step method for as little as $5 a day to test the demand of the product. Step number 4, when someone buys the product, you inform the supplier to ship the order directly to your customers. Which brings you to step 5. Just repeat the process. So if you want to see how we did it, then click on the link around this video to join our free web class where we'll show you step by step on how you can do so. Now, if you're thinking that this can bring you overnight success, then no. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is an actual program that's teaching you how to build a long-term e-commerce business, or may I even say, the best one out there. But please, don't just take my word for it, but trust the hundreds of 5-star reviews on our Facebook page or Trustpilot, like this one. I've just completed the e-commerce domination bootcamp and found it amazing. I've never been to a training that's so practical, and it covers a lot of foundations and principles that I've never learned in my life. Or even this touching review from one of our raving fans. Great, thank you. Oh no, here comes the waterworks. Thank you, Laura. Yes, that's an actual...
From side to side, just don't talk. Everywhere I go, I get the feeling. She's on the just like how I wanted my little monster. 비켜봐 아마 왜 내고 땡기고 미치겠네 다칠까봐 걱정되는 여기 저기 나 좀 걱정해. 이리저리 들려오는 비참한 얘기들 너무 예뻐요. Oh baby please 이해할게요. 원하는 얘기 제발 stop. 나는 저 멀리 떠나버렸어. But I got time for this. 쓸데없는 용기만 내면 뭐 어쩌라고. 잘생기면 다니 네 머릿속에 메리만 들려 심장 소리 커지고 이대로 가면 너만 다치고 꺼져라 일로 밀고 땡기고 미치겠네 다칠까봐 걱정되잖니 1분만 10초만 시간 내줘요 이리저리 들려오는 귀찮은 일들 나는 뽕이야 Oh baby please behave yourself. 뻔한 얘기 제발 stop. 나는 저 멀리 떠나버렸어. Ain't nobody got time for this. Listen to me boys. 다 필요 없어. 남자가 돼야지. Be a man. 잊지 말라고 내가 하는 얘기들. 손부터 쓰지 말고 gotta respect the girl. Who's that? 다 지금 난 확해. 어장치는 분위기 손잡고 잘게. 밤이 되어 남자는 다 그래. 아빠 말처럼 남자는 다 그래. 그게 못난 절반이 다 진짜 너네 타임하게 절대 너네 타임에도 바로 참해 뭐 일 없어 그만 Goodbye. Yeah. 기회를 줄 테니 just do it all. 미치겠네 다칠까봐 걱정. Don't worry baby. 말 너무 하지 말고 생각 좀 해. 남자답게 다가와봐 답답하잖아. 알아들었니? Oh baby please behave yourself. 뻔한 얘기 제발 stop. 나는 정말 떠나버렸어. Really though, nobody got time for that.
In the year 2020, we had to stay apart from our loved ones.
Singapore's total employment saw its largest quarterly drop on.
We had to find new jobs. Our businesses were suffering. School wasn't easy. We had to watch our spending. But we've also learned many things. We've learned that age is no barrier to learning.
Hi, Surya. Thank you for your ticket, right?
We've learned to step out of our comfort zone and embrace change.
So we'll take a bit of time to right? Okay. Thank you.
Now all a share of the
We've learned to be adaptable, to open new doors of opportunities. We've learned to persevere, to discover new possibilities. We've learned that joy can be found in life's little moments. It wasn't the best year, but it brought out the best in us.
Southeast around the ridge.
Banking shouldn't be one size fits all. It should be one size fits you. That's why we made it more intelligent, so it gets you, like no one else can. What you want, what you don't. Hate checking your bills? Consider it done. Looking for your next investment? It's looking right along with you. Busy growing your business? Got that covered too. And it does it all so naturally. You won't even notice it's there. Goodbye, same old banking. This is DBS DigiBanking.
now to enjoy exclusive gifts worth $356.
Hey! Oh, oi! Your eye got stem, is it? Huh?
Oh, the most are beautiful as a...
Feels so good. 음악 중심. Let's go. 말 없는 그 사람이 어쩐지 나는 좋아. 어쩐지 마음에 들어. 미나무 아니죠. 씩씩한 생긴 그니까 나는 좋아. 어쩐지 마음이 쏠려. 아야릇한 마음 처음 느껴본 심정. 그리고 나를 좋아하고 계실까. 눈가 어울리는 널 그런 널 넉넉히 보고 있으면 갚을 수 없는 이 떨림이 자꾸만 나를 처음 느껴본 끌림에 깜짝 놀랐다는 불신지. 어쩐지 마음에 들어. 다 같이 쳐요 이렇게 다 같이 해요 이렇게 Come on. 아야릇한 마음 처음 느껴본 심정. 그리고 나를 좋아하고 계실까. 너라 자축이 부셔들이 불어없는 그 사람. 어쩐지 나는 좋아. 어쩐지 마음에 들어. 어쩐지 마음에 들어. I'm seasoned. Put your hands up. No.
When you turn 30, you think about your career, chilling out with friends.
Then, how's your brother?
Not good, Farah. Growing old, last thing on your mind. Can't move, can't talk. It's hard seeing Kenny suffer like that. Life has a way of sneaking up on you.
Kenny's a fighter, bro. He'll make it. You know that, right?
We think this only happens to people in their 70s. Then, bam, Kenny at 39.
Mom, Dad, me and my poor bank account, we're not gonna start chipping in and probably cutting down on expenses.
That's a lot you're taking on.
Oh, it's my big brother. He's always had my back. Last week, my brother Kenny had a stroke. You're all gonna need some help, sometimes earlier than expected.
그대
도와줘 그 정도는 너가 미친 맘대로야 그저 예고 없이 나를 미소야 거기 버스 돌고 갈당치는 맘은 가장해도 믿을 만한 피부 넌 존재 자체가 별로라네 나도 모르게 달아오르네 Oh yeah 너에게 빠져들겠어 자꾸 반응하잖아 Oh yeah 그래 넌 다가가겠어 너무 취약적여 해 다같이 목소리도 모든 게 머리부터 발끝까지 다 Oh yeah 지금 보면 난 Oh yeah 둘이서 Oh yeah 두루두루두루두루 Oh yeah 뜨거워지는 네 분위기 너와 나의 거리 우리 사이로 한 여자가 걸어왔대 마침 그의 여자 친구일 건지 아닌 친구 건지 다가봐 여러분 모두 새해 복 많이 받으세요 Oh my god 다 같이 쳐요 이렇게 다 같이 해요 이렇게 Come on. Oh yeah
想要强身健体，这是金牌白凤养生精，它是全天然的传统中药配方，由24种上等草药配制而成，定期服用就能帮助维持子宫健康并增强活力。原生自1879年以来，细心呵护您的健康。
Did you know that it's possible to start an e-commerce business that costs less than $100? That is equivalent to one Haidilao meal for two, 100 cups of kopi or 50 cheeseburgers. You can either choose to eat 50 cheeseburgers or you can start a business and then have all the cheeseburgers in the world. This is Stewie. Instead of spending his money on cheeseburgers, Stewie could have spent his $100 to start his e-commerce business. By using the dropshipping business model, he started an e-commerce business without breaking the bank and even managed to buy, not rent or dream car overnight. No, just kidding. It actually took us more than 10 years of hard work to buy it. Wow, another one. All we did was, step 1, conduct a proven product research framework to find and validate high-demand products. Step 2, list the product we've found on our website created using Shopify. Step 3, buy advertisements on social media platforms using a proven step-by-step method for as little as $5 a day to test the demand of the product. Step number 4, when someone buys the product, you inform the supplier to ship the order directly to your customers, which brings you to step 5. Just repeat the process. So if you want to see how we did it, then click on the link around this video to join our free web class where we'll show you step by step on how you can do so. Now, if you're thinking that this can bring you overnight success, then no. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is an actual program that's teaching you how to build a long-term e-commerce business. Or may I even say, the best one out there. But please, don't just take my word for it, but trust the hundreds of 5-star reviews on our Facebook page or Trustpilot, like this one. I've just completed the e-commerce domination bootcamp and found it amazing. I've never been to a training that's so practical and it covers a lot of foundations and principles that I've never learned in my life. Or even this touching review from one of our raving fans. Great, thank you. Oh no, here comes the waterworks. Thank you, Laura. Yes, that's an
잔에 티슈 번째 생목 녹에 슬픈 노래만이 가득 찬 이유 이 노래처럼 내 맘을 위로해줄 것만 같아 But I miss you 누구나 아는 이별 Baby you feel like 부는 거지 이젠 없는데 난 너뿐인데 난 네가 그리워 별이 뜨는 밤이면 언제나 소리 없이 눈물이 흐르면 No, no, no 너의 목소리도 So much I miss you Forever yours Oh, no, no Until now Summertime is you
The main control room for the monorail system is further into the park. Looks like the quickest route is through the deep sea exhibit.
Come on, hey mommy, come on, hey daddy. 이리 와서 얘들 좀 봐. Come on, hey sister, come on, hey brother. 누가 얘들 좀 알려줘. 귀여운 척, 섹시한 척, 이쁜 척 그런 거 안 해도 날 알아보는 너. 가슴에도 말투, 표정, 행동 하나까지 좀 세야 널 알아보는 나. 우리들 사이 따뜻한 사이 매일 아침 난 너의 목소리로 눈을 뜨고 우리들 사이 따뜻한 사이 Come on 이리 와봐 천천히 아주 조금씩 Hey 여기 미소가 예쁜 남자 바로 나
In the year 2020, we had to stay apart from our loved ones.
Singapore total employment saw its largest quarterly drop on.
We had to find new jobs. Our businesses were suffering. School wasn't easy. We had to watch our spending. But we've also learned many things. We've learned that age is no barrier to learning.
Hi, Surya.
Thank you for your ticket, line.
We've learned to step out of our comfort zone and embrace change.
So we'll take a bit of time to right.
Still all the shit of me.
We've learned to be adaptable, to open new doors of opportunities. We've learned to persevere, to discover new possibilities. We've learned that joy can be found in life's little moments. It wasn't the best year, but it brought out the best in us.
New L'Oreal
L'Oreal Paris Hyaluronic Acid Serum with 2 types of hyaluronic acid to intensely hydrate and plump skin from within. With fine lines reduced by 60%. Get plumpy and radiant skin in 7 days. New L'Oreal Hyaluronic Acid Range.
처럼어떤 음식에는 끌려 다시 그냥 놀았어 매일 밤마다 너의 자장가로 잠이 들고 우리들 사이 따라오는 자리 넉넉히 미소 못 이리 와봐 조용히 좀 사귀어줄래 Hey 너의 미소가 예쁜 남자 바로 너 미치게 하는 그런 남자 몸매도 얼굴도 식은 남자 그 생각이 멋진 남자 바로 너 나 지금 너 때문에 혼란스러워 제발 너가 나 좀 봐 입술을 꽉 깨물어 눈물을 스칠 때면 숨 막히고 힘이 어떻게 해야 너만이 영원한 소녀 오늘 모든 게 너의 폼들 완벽해 That's why I'm inside 자꾸 떠오르는 모습 너라면 나는 숨어도 식사 시간 1분을 적어 조마조마해 조금이라도 널 놓칠까 식사 시간 지금 이 순간 Come on 나를 봐봐 Come on 너 미스먼들 이젠 우리 말리지 마 여기 보세요. 거기 미소가 예쁜 남자 나를 미치게 하는 그런 남자 시선 같아 너의 멤버 피아노에 바로 나 지금 너 때문에 혼란스러워 제발 누가 나 좀 알려줘 Come on now this Monday
Hello everyone, I'm Cindy from CPF Board. Have you thought about how you want to distribute your CPF savings when you pass on? Today, let's talk about why making a CPF nomination is an essential part of your financial planning. You can decide how you want to distribute your CPF savings upon your passing by making a CPF nomination. A nomination covers 3 components of your CPF assets. All your CPF savings in your ordinary, special, MediSave and retirement accounts, any unused CPF life premium, and discounted Singtel shares. The nomination does not cover properties bought using your CPF savings, payouts from Dependents Protection Scheme, and investments made under CPF investment scheme. If you do not make a CPF nomination, all your CPF savings will be transferred to the Public Trustee's office and distributed to your family members based on the intestacy or Muslim inheritance law. Under these laws, the recipients of your CPF savings and the amount they can receive are fixed. This means that you lose the flexibility to decide how your CPF savings are distributed and who can receive them. In addition, the public trustee also requires your beneficiaries to provide documentation to prove their relationship to you. Your beneficiaries will also be charged a fee when they make claims to collect your savings. This entire process may take up to 6 months. On the other hand, with a CPF nomination, the process takes around 6 weeks, since the recipients of your CPF savings are already appointed by you. And your nominees did not pay any fees when they claim your savings. You may also think that if you have written a will, there is no need to make a CPF nomination. This is not true. your CPF savings are not covered under your estate and therefore cannot be willed. This is to protect your savings from any creditor claims on outstanding loans that you may have. This way, your savings will be fully preserved for your loved ones upon your passing.
Rogue striker drone detected. Vital signs critical.
This is not true. This is the common misconception that your CPF savings are transferred to your nominee's CPF accounts upon your passing. By default, your nominees will receive your CPF savings in cash. Within 15 working days after we are notified of the death of a CPF member, we will invite the nominees to come forward and make a claim. To make a CPF nomination, you must be at least 16 years old and be mentally sound. You should also have considered who your nominees are and how you want to distribute your CPF savings among them. Did you know that 1 in 2 eligible CPF members today have already made a nomination? You can now make a CPF nomination online in just 3 simple steps. Step 1. Prepare your SingPass, the NRIC particulars of your nominees, and the NRIC particulars of 2 persons that you would like to appoint as witnesses to your nomination. These witnesses will affirm your intention to nominate. Do note that your witnesses and nominees cannot be the same person. Your witnesses must also have a valid SingPass so that they can log into our online service and affirm your intention to nominate. Step 2. Log into My CPF online service and follow the steps there to complete your nomination. Once you have done so, inform your witnesses to affirm your intention to nominate. There is no need for them to be physically present with you when you make the nomination online. Your witnesses must log into our online service and affirm your intention to nominate within 7 calendar days. They will be notified by SMS or email to do so. You can be assured that your nomination details will not be disclosed to them. Step 3. Once the witnesses have verified your nomination, we will process it and update you on the status via SMS or email. It is that easy. This online service provides more convenience as it allows you to make your nomination anytime, anywhere. It also better protects your privacy because only you will know your nomination details. Under the hard copy process, details of your nomination, such as who your nominees are and the amount to be distributed to them, may unintentionally be seen by your witnesses. Under the online nomination mode, your nomination details will not be revealed to your witnesses, so as to keep your nomination confidential. Of course, if you prefer our officers to walk you through the process, you can make an appointment and visit our service centers. Our officers there can also act as your witnesses to verify your nomination. Remember to make an appointment before visiting us. Here's the last tip. Review your nomination regularly. This is important because your distribution preference or circumstances may change as you progress through different life stages. If you got married or have a newborn recently, congratulations! You can make a new nomination if you wish to distribute your CPF savings to your spouse or child. In the unfortunate event of a divorce, your existing nomination will not be revoked. Please consider if it still fits your intentions. Should any of your nominees pass on before you, his share will be given to the surviving nominees in the same proportion that you have specified. So, if you want to change your nominee list or savings distribution at any of these junctures, you can make a new nomination. Your new nomination will supersede your earlier one. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope it has encouraged you to make a CPF nomination today. You can do so by clicking on the link in the description box. If you like this video, do subscribe to our social media channels to look out for more. Till next time, goodbye!
잠시 지나죠. 누군가 말해줘. 내 꿈이 멀게만 느껴질 땐 잠시 쉬다 가세요. 매일 같은 일상에 힘든가요? 그건 누굴 위한 거죠. 결국 또 쓰러질 텐데 힘들어 혼자라 느껴질 때 이 노래를 들어봐요. 기대해 즐겨 듣던 그 멜로디 라디오에 흘러나올 그 목소리 내가 할 수 있는 건 노래 가사뿐이죠. 힘들어도 괜찮아 잘 될 거예요. I believe in you. 3년째지 어느 곳도 날 원하지 않는 삶이 이제 군대라도 가야 하나 싶었어. 부모님께 말씀드렸더니 딱 한마디 했어 에휴. 그래서 말 못했지 하던 날 봐도 잘렸다고 왜 어제만 제대 직전인 친구가 휴가 나왔어. 그래서 까먹었어. 실업자 100만 시대 그런 건 잘 모르겠고 그 숫자가 차라리 통장 잔고였으면 좋겠어. 시끄러운 알람이 새벽부터 날 계속 재촉해. 쫓기던 나선 집 밖은 틈없는 벼랑 끝 같아. 뭘 하고 있지? 아니 뭘 해야 하지? 답이 없는 메아리 난 왜 밖에서 치고 엄한 곳에다 화풀이해. 좌표 없는 항해 위 방황하는 작은 종이배 억지로 눈물을 삼켜 어느새 한숨 습관이 돼. 알아 나도 바보 같으려 나만 있을 찾으셔. 정신 말썽 예전에 너 지금 어딨니? 어떻게 될 거려 단지 그냥 놀았어 여기 미소가 예쁜 남자 날 미치게 하는 그런 남자 몸매도 얼굴도 시선 같아 있어 생각이 멋진 남자 바로 나 지금 너 때문에 홀들어 제발 누가 나 좀 알려줘 Come on now this morning 서로를 비추고 흐르는 침묵도 너와 나 입을 맞춰 하필은 너에게 말을 맡겨 하필은 이건 좀 위험해 난 something 너를 것만 같아 너와 나 같이 그리 하필은 오렌지 빛깔 그리 하필은 조금은 위험해 멈출 수가 없어 난 하필은 너의 손짓도 멋지게 너무 단돌이 맞았지 하필 너무 꾹꾹꾹 너를 머리 위로 판다해 너와 나 입을 heaven you will
But you're inside the barricades. You should be able to make
10년 기다렸잖니. 근데 뒤에서 들으니까 뭐 아재 개그 이런 거 좋아하나 봐. 야, 좀 기가 막힌 거 하나 있다. 음악의 음이 장음과 단음이 있잖아. 근데 세상에서 제일 긴 음, 이게 뭐게? 참기름. 참기름. 야, 이거 가사 쓸래, 가사에? 왜? 싫어? 네. 싫으니까. 서운해.
Fox? Serious? Oh, okay.
One more time, make some noise.
Medical assistance needed.
Oh my god, they can't win up.
Must be answered, Agent.
Vital signs critical. Agent incapacitated. Agent killed.
Behind you?
As long as just one outcast remains, I'll live on. Make me a martyr.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh my god, I have no more med packs.
No detected. Target deceased.
What a fucking waste. Think of the good she could have done, the lives she could have saved. She was right, you know. Killing her won't end the outcasts. It might even make them more dangerous for a while. But without her to hold them together, they're gonna start to unravel. What a fucking waste.
Ew.
손틈을 들어봐 아무렇지 않게 웃는 너의 모습에 많이 걱정돼 내 앞에선 다 괜찮아요 울고 싶으면 울어도 돼 내가 널 얼마나 좋아하는지 넌 모를 거야 우리가 함께 했던 시간들 우리가 쌓아온 지난 기억들 내가 많이 약해져 있을 때 그때 그대를 떠올려 미소 짓고 있어 나 고맙다고 말하기도 이제 너무 미안해서 못하겠어 어디선가 이 노래를 부르면 내 맘이 전해질까 별파란 꽃 태양 그리고 너야 별파란 꽃 태양 그리고 너야 다 너야 같은 하늘 아래 오늘 같은 날에 마주할 수 있다는 것만으로 감사해 이건 오직 널 위한 나의 맘 이건 오직 널 위한 나의 노래야 마치 시끄러운 벌써 봄이 왔나 넌 같은 바람이 불어 곳곳에 여느 때와 다른 듯한 이 기분이 반가워 내일은 좀 다른 날이 되려나 남겨진 다리 밝아 빛을 그리고 있어 멈춰 한숨이 가득 그 공간을 채워 여기 찾아오면 혼자 남겨질 때면 Starry night 별이 빛나는 밤 네가 위 불어와 너와 나 남은 수많은 밤 나를 취하게 만들어 별이 빛나는 밤 별이 빛나는 별이 빛나는 밤 우리 지나고 다시 멈추고 따뜻한 공기 냄새가 날 감싸 다른 거 없는 똑같은 일상이 반복돼 그래도 내일을 기다려 하루가 같아서 이제는 모습 아니라니 새도록 너를 그리고 있어 나는 그 자리 그대로 까만 밤하늘에 가려 잠시 보이지 않는 여기 찾아오면 혼자 남겨질 때면 Sorry night 별이 빛나는 밤 네가 왜 울어와 너와 나 남은 수많은 밤 나를 취하게 만들어 별이 빛나는 밤 Let's get it. Let's get it. 너네 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 이러니까 누가 숨쉴 틈이 없지. 너네 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 이것도 너대로 만들라고 하지. 왜 이래 웃기지도 않아. 뭐가 불만이야? 그래봤자 너네보다 1시간 먼저 일어나는 건 나잖아. 아 여보세요 저 브루스타인데요. 여기 살인자 3대만 보내주세요. 얘는 싹 다 장안동으로 보내버리겠어. 아무리 그래도 위에 쉬는 건 그러게. 마지막이면 뭐해. 잠도 못 자고 사겨 헤매. 장면 먼저 노래요. 살인자에서 오는 거래요. 말하기 좀 입 아프니까 네 탐도 잡으면 좋으려고. 차곡차곡 쌓여가는 파운데이션. 누가 이제 숨 쉴 틈이 없네. 틈이 없어. 그러니까 잠깐 카메라 준비는 하지 말아줘. 자꾸만 말만 하지 말고 피부에 양발 시간을 줘. 언니는 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 이러니까 누가 숨 쉴 틈이 없지. 언니는 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 이것도 노래로 만들라고 하지. 지금은 새벽 3시. 빨리 집에 가고 싶지. 니, 나. 난 세 번째, 두 번째 일찍 넣어야 돼. 다 정해져 있어. 어차피 다 끝이 끝나지. 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 화장 하체를 자주 되게 찝찝하지. 머리, 어깨, 무릎, 발 다 같이 활 get up higher. 아쉬울 것도 후회할 것도 더 잃을 것도 없어. 인생 뭐 있냐고. 인상 people don't like fun anymore. 언니는 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 이러니까 누가 숨 쉴 틈이 없지. 너네 차에서 잠이라도 자지. 이걸 또 노래로 만들라고 하지. 잘고 자네 우리 언니 hey 왜 잘고 자네 우리 휘니. 이제 그만 일어나야 돼. 빵야 손에는 주얼 차분히 더 다양한 안에는 너의 멋대로 중심이 돼. 제 멋대로 굴면 돼. 어떻게 한순간에 떠오르니 내 입술 너의 두 눈을 가리니 넌 멋대로 흘러가네. 내게 상처를 주면 돼. 너 생각하는 지금 기분 든다면 듯이 어리석게 너에게만 맞추는 게 날 내 마지막 어떻게 할 말이 없어. Go away. 명이 더 필요해. 화를 나도 내 맘 아프다니까. 너 멋대로만 해. 넌 언제나 나 해. 이야야 네 멋대로 중심이 돼. 너무나 필요해. 그런 거면 너나 해. 이야야 네 멋대로 굴면 돼. 멋대로만 해. 차려진 음식 혼자 덤덤한 손으로 식사 무기력 동안 외로워 날씨 구름 기분 다운돼 있는 멀쩡한 날이 없어 모든 게 거슬려 왜 함께 있으면 알지 못하는지 둘만의 노래를 가가 채우는지 야야야 왜만 하냐 즐거우게만 너무 아파 Wins for love Wins for love 달라져버린 잘만 오래도 없었겠죠. 날 위한 위로도 온전히 내 몫이 별거 아닌 듯 오늘을 살아요. 식탁에 차려진 음식 혼자 덤덤한 척 식사 무기력 공항 날씨 구름 기분 다운돼 있는 멀쩡한 날이 없어 모든 게 거슬려 왜 나와 있을 때도 잘해주지 못하는지 이제서야 달콤한 말들이 맴도는지 뻔야 왜만 하냐 저거 없을만 너무 예뻐 갈린 우리의 이야기 Wind flow 난 나의 부사체 무시해 잔소리 음수겨 핑핑 이렇다 저렇다 갖다 부사 공을 많은 애들이 먼저 영화에서 다이의 술래도 잘 이렇게 정말 우리 fine 괜찮지 않아도 괜찮아 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 고고 baby 터져버린 춤은 잘 Dress up like this way That's my drum drum 고고 baby 뻔뻔하게 뭐라 미친 듯이 즐겨 필요 없어 rock and roll on and on 고고 baby
女朋友应该不想要跟男生那个，所以他会试试看站着尿。好好笑。三个人说我不可以。
你觉得男的都不可以接受你这样子小丑女，那你这样子，那你这样谁会接受你啊？
为什么会想去男更衣室看看？你想就是多看一些不一样跟你不一样的东西吗？
去男更衣室是想换衣服吗？穿男生的衣服？
狗子，就一天你要怎么千人斩？你要每个小时约一个，是不是？
每个小时约一个只要
24个小时，每分钟约一个。
而且会精尽人亡吧？
对啊。我想知道撞到会多痛。
哦，我也想知道撞到会多痛哎。
听说比女生生小孩。好像是吗？听说跟女生生小孩差不多痛。
因为我没有这个东西，我完全无法想象会有多痛。
听说跟女生生小孩差不多痛，还是比女生生小孩痛？
可是女生生小孩比较可怕，要开刀还会流血，她撞到就是撞到了。
留下自己的小孩给爱的女人做纪念。
一天吗？一天就怀孕了？
撞到还输他，那应该就是比女生生小孩再降一阶。入场说试试看打手枪，好像可以。
会蛮想知道，就是这样子的话是什么感觉？自己
男生打炮就感觉就很爽，到底为啥我是女的？那你跟狗子，你跟女的打炮你不爽吗？骗男的好好打一场炮，你看大家的想法都跟我一样，有女朋友的就是希望第一件事情就是上自己的女朋友，没有女朋友就是第一件事情就要约炮。你看大家的想法都跟我一样，所以不是我特别色。那你呢？你如果有一天变男生，就一天，你想第一件事情想做什么事？
把自己打扮成帅帅的。
然后呢？
是帅哥吗？是帅哥吗？
好，就是好，我们都变成帅哥。
我要把自己弄得像高以翔一样帅，然后去专柜看看我对女生笑的时候，他们会不会真的心花怒放？就这样。
好逊。
我没有像你色欲那么多啊。
对啊，先让女朋友怀孕啊！我有跟上人讲过，就是如果我哪一天真的变男的，我要先让她怀孕，这样我们就有自己的小孩的基因啦。
我也可以顺便让你怀孕啊。我是纯种男孩，是纯情男孩吧？没有，我就只想要帅帅在路上走，这样就好了。
对啊，我觉得你不用变男的，你这样对柜姐，你现在对柜姐笑一下应该就可以了。
柜姐又不是玩的。
你够有英气，他们就会害羞。首先要一发就中，没有任何问题，应该蛮长，就是一发就中的吧。啊，没差，一发没中，我们一天还有那么多时间。
就把自己打扮得好好看的不就好了？我要去穿西装，我要去穿那种女生穿不起来的很挺的帅西装。
啊，就男生的那种西装。
对。
卡门说卡太 boring 了。
对，我就是 boring， 怎么样？那卡门如果变男生，卡门想干嘛呀？
也要女生有排卵。
哎，真的耶，要不然去金子银行啊，一整天都在金子银行。
女生约炮比男生容易吧？
我也觉得吧，因为女生要约的话，应该很多男生要。
可是我觉得男同志约炮比女同志约炮容易。女同志好像不太会约炮吧？
应该少数吧。
对啊，我觉得女同志会有一种就是
防备心。
对，然后女同志只会聊天。卡门说当然是去试一下众人的感觉。
哇，卡门今天很 open 呢。
可以，卡门，我这个让你过。
我们有问那些男同志朋友，会说他们真的很容易约炮吗？
女同志很好约，真的，你们都在哪里约？我怎么都遇不到。
有吗？女同志有约炮约很大？我真的不知道哎。
真假的？我都约不到哎。我都约不到。这样聊一下，突然好想变男的，是不是？
杨婷说女同志很好约炮，有吗？杨婷要知道哦。
真的有约炮，我朋友都有约过，不然你现在也没机会了。我说就之前我单身的时候，就想知道男生撞人后面那种兴奋感，他们说的。
他们有说吗？他哪里讲？
这边啊。
撞人的兴奋感。
如果变男生，我们就可能赶快去结婚了。过了今天就无法，因为不合法。
哦，你们那边还不行。
对，
台湾那个跨国婚姻快通过了。
对。
就跨。
杨婷说：“我觉得很容易，只是要不要而已。”好吧，杨婷可能就是千人斩。贝亚想约，我没有想约，我说之前。杨婷有约过，杨婷有经验。卡布一堆。
卡布很多在约的吗？
交友软件一堆，好可怕！真的假的？我现在已经，因为我认识卡之后就没再用搜鱼，我不知道搜鱼现在上面出现的人是怎么样的人。会有女同的约。
Signal has been lost.
No. Oh. 这是陷阱，这是陷阱。 关机，不会啊，关机是什么？
那你们呢？你们会吗？如果你们现在没有另一半，然后进那个群组，
不会想要吧。
约吗？因为你反正也没事，然后你们会约吗？对啊，感觉很多人都这样啊。神童蛮屌，哎，我觉得我如果去约，我应该不会，不会用神童，不会用神童。你怎么知道你会吃到什么味道啊？今天凤梨，明天蘑菇，你会疯掉哎。对啊，我觉得如果我真的去约，我不会用。他们说不会，怎么不会？狗子说可以。对啊，我知道狗子说，他们说美女的话才会。狗子跟我是同一个类型的人，圈子超小，圈子超小，没有约到。那如果你们像我刚刚说的，就是你现在遇到一个觉得是你的菜，然后你们感情是认真的，但是他之前就像贝拉一样，是一个礼拜可能两三次在这边乱约一通，然后千人斩的那一种。可是他对你是认真的感情，他没有想要跟你约，他是真的想跟你交往。你们还会跟他，你们还会给他机会跟他谈恋爱吗？你在问他们？对啊，你们还会吗？三只人背后长得奇怪的东西，当然进不去啊，接受不了。对啊，但他愿意为了，我觉得他愿意。会的人还蛮多的耶。没有会，你们现在是觉得像贝拉一样漂亮，可能没有像贝拉这么漂亮。如果贝拉是1到10第10集的话，你们可能遇到就是6集或7集的，6集或7集，顶多6、7集，就比慢慢加好看一点这样。
啊？没美心吗？
不会的还是比较多哎。哦，那就不会，因为不够真就不会。好像还是蛮多人说 OK 的。我觉得他的颜值就不行，是可能在看颜值。我觉得我可以接受哎，如果就是他跟我一样漂亮，跟你一样漂亮。但是自己是女生，但是我觉得就是，如果他愿意为了你抛弃以前过去，然后抛弃跟别人，就是抛弃了一个。可是你以后他的手指以后在对你那个的时候，你就会感觉他手指也会这样，然后再过1000个人。那你对我那个的时候，你也手沾过很多前女友啊，我就不介意啊。4、5个而已啊，我4、5个而已，那1000个不一样。到底为什么我很会指甲啊？
就发霉啊，发霉。
那为什么很会指甲啦？他们偷偷说那个约的群组里面都是天才，真假的啦？真的有可能会指甲啦？我死会了，你们不要这样。好了，帮大家澄清，他没有在那个群组，因为如果他在那个群组，他就不会遇到我。他早上去约到手半天，约到祈求了，他根本就不会遇到。约到祈求。对呀，到底为什么要一直会指甲？就感觉手指会有人会你知道祈求是什么意思吗？我是要讲约到皮小了，但是我发现我讲错了，祈求就是变直直的嘛。对啊，变直直的。约到皮小，皮小啊，一个夸饰法，我只要讲夸饰法，就是笑死了的那种意思，笑到快死掉，但你不会真的死掉。这边选择，要是早点知道有这个的话，你会去吗？他刚刚说会啊。会啊。会啊。到底为什么？对啊，到底为什么不能好好用来洗手一个位置？因为可能像贝拉这种就用完超好累好累直接睡了，然后可能就发霉了。不会用快发霉好吧？那你有没有会指甲？我没有会，我有会指甲吗？脚上有没有会指甲？没有啊，当然不会指甲，不可能。很多老男生都会有会指甲，他们就也不知道干嘛就有会指甲了。贝贝，如果里面都丑女，你会吗？丑女怎么样？你说我会进去那个群组吗？当然不会吧。那你会进去吗？3天？什么？丑女是什么问题啦？你主打，除非
我天！你说。嗯。不会耶，submit。哇，1098 boss。Request the most components you can get. What the fuck? 我得给我get a pizza。哇哦。
Request accepted. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Four and 7. Oh my god, you guys are playing right now. Oh man, serious?
Reinforcements en route. detected. Location guarded by hostiles. Agent out of action.
shit is stuck, man. Nice, nice.
Detected. Rogue artillery turret detected. Rogue agent detected. Friendly control point detected.
God dang. Huh. Seriously? How to know, man? Yeet. Yeah, by the way, I haven't got it yet. So, say厉害。是谁厉害？
Progress halted. Manual override required. Access key detected.
Wait, what?
Progress resumed.
挺不真。
Manual override required.
This crew said, you guys don't need me.
An agent is no longer in your group.
White Freeman? Who that? Hey, wait, what? What you guys? Can I fast travel on you? I think I can.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Oh my god, I don't understand why you up there. Ready for hostiles.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Boss.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Never forget we're stronger than they think we are.
detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles. Supply room access unlocked.
是人哦。不是拿过了。
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Wait, how many are we? Just leave me be. Proceed, and I shall join you. Thank you.
Safe area detected.
Oh, he got to the fridge first. Dang it. Oh, this is a dangerous place. Confusion.
Civilians in distress.
Civilians in danger. Wait, can I jump off this shit? Oh my man.
Reinforcements incoming.
open bar. 学微服一个是学 respond。I shall respond。啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦。It's kind of full. Wait, let me run. You're down too. Again.
Agent down. Hostile control point detected. That agent needs assistance.
Wait, I'm taking the wrong whatever. What is it? Wait, god dang it. Ah, what the hell? Just came back, asshole.
Agent down. Additional hostile contacts.
Here they come.
Supply room access unlocked.
我是。Poor connection to server. Excuse me.
Just right for this hellhole city.
Wow. It's so silly too, guys. He's got it, hey baby, he's got it. Whee! What? Wait, who's who? Doing what? Wait, what? I have one top.7岁加这是屁耶！看他有细数。 出这个后问题。 Fighting their bosses. computer, supercomputer.
Target agent.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
You get it. We're the same. You're a patriot. You served your country same as me. We've seen what can happen when a weak leader rises to power. We have. And I know that we can't rely on the government to save us. This thing moves too fast. You have to be agile. The wheels of government roll too slowly for something like this. They're trying to use a scalpel when what we need is a sledgehammer. I can be that hammer.
An agent is no longer in your group. An agent has left your group.
Nothing malfunctioned. It's okay.
You have left the group.
Select problem.
Agent requesting backup.
奇怪。真假别白。American Story。See you for. Ew.
Your goal is to collect transcripts and notes from months of prisoner interrogations. The information is stored on a military-grade laptop in the main holding area downstairs.
What?
Another agent has joined your group.
Hey.
The first priority is to release the prisoners to keep the True Sons busy. You'll be looking for some kind of security terminal. The security terminal should be somewhere nearby. Look around.
Backup has arrived. Active terminal detected.
Sounds promising. Find it and patch eyes again. open the cells. And the cells are open.
骗男的好好待着。你看，大家的想法都跟我一样。有女朋友的就是希望第一件事情就是上自己的女朋友，没有上女朋友的女朋友，第一件事情就是约会。大家的想法都不一样，所以不是我特别说。那你呢？你如果有一天变男生，就一天你想第一件事情做什么事？把自己打扮成帅帅的。是帅哥吗？帅哥。啊，就是。
The main holding area is downstairs. Get moving.
Lol. Oh my god, my leg. Commando. I'm going over there. Please concentrate on this area. Wait, I'm not out of sight. Going first?
True Sons seem to be in control of the holding area. The hyenas are knocking out security cameras. Pretty smart of them. Just lost the camera feed from the holding area. There was a bright flash and then static. catch up on camera again. The holding area is just ahead. Once you find that laptop, grab it and get the hell out of there.
Looks like you got True Sun's reinforcements headed your way.
North or south side?
Both. Heavier concentration to the south.
With all those gates sealed, the north exit should be closer.
Thank you, boss. Got replenishing? Alright. Cool bit. Damn the door!
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Get lost.
Agent killed.
Wait, that's no, it's only two troops here. Beep, beep. Thank you, boss. Cool.
No more contact. All clear.
You just recovered intel that's going to be a whole lot of help to Odessa in the short term, but to all of us in the long run. You also effectively put this hellhole out of commission.
Ooh, culture. What is that? Green. What is green? Nice. I'm such a noob.
TH units.
Hi. Jeez, everything is spoiled.
You have written. Entering safe area.
A fucking tree, seriously? Oh my god.
components. 啊妈！
我觉得我这样问会不会没有人回答？有没有？现在大家喜欢卡卡贝拉，就是会有卡卡派跟贝拉派，就完全分隔非常清楚的两派人嘛。但我现在觉得卡门应该是贝拉派的，而卡门不是卡卡派吗？像卡门刚我说卡卡派跟贝拉派，就是像卡门就想跟你一样想知道这种人是啊，也说比较色的比较。
那我想一想，应该没有。
你们可以不用回答啊，你们可以不用回答，想回答就回答。对啊，不应该问这个问题吧？为什么？我很好奇啊。对，这个有。对，我是很好奇，我好奇，不是好奇，不有。弟弟不是已经听了？哦，真的假的？你为什么吃鸡块啊？你凭什么吃鸡块？我想应该是说这一对情侣真的是都感觉他可能住在这里稍微没有台湾这么开放，就有点吓到。为什么？因为我知道他那边我会想到这样。我们这样为什么要想当然是想我不好吗？我也是1号嘛。Chris 说一想到然后就会说对不起。然后闭上眼睛在月黑风高夜，我要自己把右手慢慢往上伸下去，说想要被他领翻啊！不能这样，不能这样子。
我想到贝拉，我应该做不出吧，或者是自己好吧。
也是，也是。阿弥陀佛，就手握下去会想到卡卡贝拉，然后阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。然后想着有人想到，他想着我们两个人在干嘛的画面。
不知道啊，那主要就感觉给我是这样的感觉。
那他俩之前还没跟贝拉交往的时候，会分享过贝拉干嘛干嘛？还没交往。可是哦，已经在谈恋爱了，就是在谈恋爱，但还没正式交往。暧昧，刚暧昧会了。那你们爱了才会开始发生。
Why does it have to be here?
那你想的时候，你想的。没有，我想的蛮不想的，说吧。我想说现在就有联系到我们的时候，我只是想知道为什么你要吃第一名，你不可以吃。那真的不知道为什么是偶像，像刘雨昕或是一些偶像，他们always要维持一个形象，然后有距离的感觉，就他不是一直要维持一个深深的爱，然后会让这学校变枯燥，是有点近的感觉。我现在就是太近了，近到大家已经觉得没什么。谢谢艾森，谢谢艾森。其实这种上开车是我有这聊天，我觉得那是因为我没有。
到底什么是开车？你想知道？
就是大家就不知道我私底下长什么样，就谁知道你长什么走开了，不然我们现在关播。关对，我们可以关播，现在就可以认识睡觉，关播然后当一个非常神秘的人，写卡片。
那你就去不要播啊。
对啊，熟了再想，我们好很快。
好烦呀。It just has to be tree. Oh, it's a cash. Tactical assessment rifle. how many diamond bags must you give me?爆分吧。Good corner. What?
Agent in need of backup.
Should I even join? It's 10:30. What? Ooh, rare batteries. Nutcracker. Ooh, steam. Here's the one diamonds. The diamond. Shiny bright like a diamond.
friendly control point nearby.
嗯